Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to our October 14th agenda session today. It's good to see our commissioner, Ms. Pam Thompson. Is it picking up? Okay. I'm sorry, Dennis didn't have it on yet. Welcome everyone to our October 14th session here, agenda session today. Commissioner Thompson, it's good to see you, ma'am, today. Board members, the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion that, I hope all of you've had the opportunity to read it. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Board. It's unanimous. Board of Education Business, North Carolina School Board Association 2025 voting delegates. I understand we can have 4. How many of you are going to the meeting? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. How many volunteers do I have that want to be voting delegates? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I can do it also.
Yeah, and the chair lady also wants to be considered as a.
All right, then I'll let the chair lady do it. Also, along with let's see, Dr. Hall, Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Wagner. Sounds good.
You can do. Also, those that are not as a primary delegate, if someone can't make it, do you mind if we list the rest of you as alternates? Okay.
Great, yes.
That's fine.
We'll put the rest as alternates.
I actually think you need to vote on this.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, do I hear a motion that Mr. Wagner, Mr. Rogers, Dr. Hall, and Chairman Ellington Graves are voters for our conference?
And I'm in the motion to include you and myself.
Also as alternates.
Delegates.
Thank you. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
All right, here a second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Unanimous. Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see everybody today, and I hope everything is going well your way. We are delighted to have Mr. Andrew LaRoe with us here from BASCA. We've said BASCA a lot the last few months. If you recall, both working with BASCA and ORED out of NC State, it's probably been our real focus on a couple of the contracts that the board has approved in the last several months. One, ORED has completed, of course, and presented the capacity tables. They're going to continue to do some work with redistricting and best fit for new school buildings. And that work will continue. Kind of parallel to that, separate but parallel to it, we've got Mr. Andrew LaRoe with BASCA. He has gone through, they did a comprehensive needs assessment of all of our school buildings, him and his team working closely with Mr. Hook, and I'm going to invite Mr. LaRoe to the podium, but I'll also invite Mr. Hook to the podium if he has anything he would like to share. Or not. Okay, he didn't have anything at this time. Well, then we'll get to the meat of the presentation. I just wanted to make sure. I will say this for Mr. Hook. He has done a wonderful job working with Andrew on this and really getting all of our true needs of our facilities. The number is going to shock you. You've already seen the number. It's already been in the paper, but the detail that you'll see in the reports, and Mr. LaRoe will give you an overview. I think you will see why we needed their services. And keep in mind also, this is a required report from or to the state that's required every 5 years. The report you have, and I think it's safe to say this, is semi-draft still until the new templates come out from DPI that will actually be what's keyed in and then submitted to DPI. So the report date is from 2020. So I just want to make sure I mention that. Mr. LaRoe.
Members of the board and Dr. Fleming, thanks for having me here today. And it's been a real pleasure working on this project. And I look forward to kind of just taking just a little bit of time, not a whole lot, to sort of run through what you have in your materials and kind of discuss some of the issues that I think that are being faced. To reiterate Dr. Fleming's statement, this is a report that's due every 5 years as a matter of state law. The first one was in 1988, and I was director of maintenance at Winston-Salem Forsyth County School System, so I got a chance to do the first one. And all set for a couple in the middle, I've done every one of them every 5 years. We had a break in that one in 1995. We had a statewide capital bond program that a lot of districts, including this one, were able to benefit in. And so they actually had us do the survey just before that state bond referendum so that they could get more accurate information for it. So that's what changed it from 88 to being in the even fives. So I put a picture of the report they publish. You can go to the statewide report on this DPI school planning website or to the BASIC website and pull it down and kind of see what every district reported in actually the last several years. I also took from that database the numbers that have been reported by Alamance Burlington school system since the 2001 survey, just to give you a little bit of where's this thing been and where is it going. They categorize cost based off of new facilities, additions, renovations, furniture and equipment, and land. If we follow that renovations line across, we can see that there was a pretty concerted effort at gathering information and reporting it that time. You see it go down and then down again, and that's really representative sometimes of just the people that were here at that time and how deep they were digging to fill out a very, very complex survey. Back up, and then in 2021, the last time that it's been submitted, $105,000 in renovations, and then our shot at it this year doubled it. And I'd like to think there's two reasons why. I think one is since 2020-21 data, we've doubled the cost of renovations and doubled the cost of construction. So the cost per construction in that report was $250 a square foot. They haven't issued, I'll talk about in a moment, they haven't issued the report yet, but we know it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $450 a square foot. So we went ahead and used that value to do this one. And also, I think we dig pretty deep. I'll talk about our process in just a moment, but we have a process that we actually call out 70 different building systems, 70 different components, and ask for members of your staff to be able to comment on them for each school. It's what we believe to be a pretty effective way of getting to the information. I quoted quite a bit, quite often, of saying that the people that are inside your buildings every day, on top of them, underneath of them, are the ones that truly know the most about these buildings. It's wonderful sometimes to sit in an interview with the person that's in charge of your doors and your lock and key and your hardware, and ask them how about the doors at this particular school, and you'll watch them walk down the hall while he's sitting in a room with you, and he'll tell you, said, okay, well, the doors to the gymnasium definitely need to be replaced. We'll come up with a price for it. We'll come up with a priority for it, and get it into our log. I put a little map down at the bottom. The state has not issued the report that it issues each time this is done on July 15th for all the years past. It sends out a notice to the superintendents of 114 school systems and gets the thing started with typically an October deadline. They haven't issued it because we started talking to them last year, and at long last, they're ready to migrate their software out of Microsoft Access to a web-based format. It's needed to be done for quite a while. When we were talking, I said, well, that's a big bite. I hope y'all are well into it. They weren't. And so they're not out yet because they have not finished that migration. And they've, when we've contacted them, and we also have Wake County schools right in their backyard, and Wake contacted them and got a pretty good response that they'll have it out by the end of the year. And our jaws dropped a little bit and said, well, that's a long way past July 15th. It'll come at a time of year when most school districts are not used to having it during the same period that they're trying to do their budget. So we'll see how that goes for folks. But you guys are going to be in great shape because it's practically done. We have, I think it's 18 school districts now that we're either in the process of doing their surveys or we're getting ready to start. And then it looks like by this kind of a delay, they'll probably change the deadline till sometime in the spring, and we'll probably have quite a few other school districts when they get that notice. So we hope so. We enjoy doing it. I should say about my company, ABSS, interesting that I saw some stuff in the papers because if there ever was a need for an acronym, it's the name of my company because it's Building Asset Inventory Single Component Assessment, better known as ABSS. And I started it after I retired from Guilford County Schools in 2012 as their chief operations officer because I wanted an alternative to paying the people that design our buildings to come in and do assessments. It costs an awful lot to have architects and engineers walk through your buildings. And we discovered that what we can do through the interview process at a much lower rate is something that's very beneficial. You have materials. If our numbers aren't, I'm sorry, that's a little blurry there. If our numbers aren't exactly the same, you've got the same materials I'm kind of showing up here, but I will tell you, it's not finalized. It's a work in progress. We're going to keep. Greg sends us an email and says I want to add some cost for, an athletic facility at a high school. And we alter the report. And when we change one number in it, it changes all the other summary reports. And we feel like we're in a good place to be able to kind of keep working if we all keep it current. And then once the state sends out their survey documents, they have said they're not going to change content from the 2021. They'll have to a little bit. They'll have to adjust a few things, and that means we'll have to make adjustments in your report before we submit it. Certainly the cost per square foot and things like that. Plus, since what's happened in the last 5 years, the last time we did it, it was in the middle of the pandemic. Now we've had ESSER funds. Now we've had lead and drinking water testing. We've had a lot of things that they'll probably be asking specific questions about. Where 245 million is all of the renovations. It's not the new construction. It's all of the renovations for all of your schools for the next 10 years. And it's a loaded cost. So if somebody told us that it was going to cost $100,000 to replace a cooling tower, the state has us add an 8.5% design fee and a 10% contingency to it. So all of those costs, and we do everything the exact same way their survey does, so that when I get told not to say this sometimes because it's not totally true, but with a push of a button, we can take all of our data from our database and it goes straight into the state's files. So I think it's really the push of two buttons maybe, but we'll see. If we dig down into these costs a little bit, the largest piece of the pie out there is in the building exterior, and you can see it's roof replacement. And we have this in your report. We list everything from the highest to the lowest in each category. And you can see all the things that we sit and ask questions about. So roof replacements is based off of, we did have discussion with your staff in our interviews, but it was backed up by a roofing assessment that was done previous to us, but it was done recent enough that we felt like we could use that data, and we didn't really want to present different data to this board or to the county commissioners than what they'd already seen. So that number comes really close. It may be off a little bit due to the difference in loading, and also that if somebody gave us an update on a particular situation, we would have included it in. I might also say you won't see it in this level of the data, but we prioritize. Every time somebody says we need $100,000, we say A, B, or C, and they get into a rhythm with us. And A is years 1 and 2, B is years 3 and 5, and C is years 6 through 10. And that mimics what the state asked for. And it's good for us to be able to compile data based off of those priorities. And I should say, a lot of times, there are certain times that when they tell us a particular priority, they think it is. For instance, if they say the fire alarm panel needs to be replaced, we just say it's A. We don't want to put something like that in a report. If you feel like it needs to be replaced, let's put it in at A, and then you can determine later. So you'll see the big numbers first. You'll see window replacements, big hit here. If we go down to the next biggest slice of the pie, it's typically the biggest is HVAC. That equipment is just so expensive, and to have those projects done. And the HVAC units is where we chose to put, you had a second an assessment done of all of your HVAC equipment, not unlike what the roof assessment was. And we used those values, and that sort of put that one system up pretty high. There very easily could be other components down here, but the way these two went in together, we had to kind of choose one place to sort of put that all. And then the next piece, the biggest slice of that pie, is your parking lots, and we basically have done several parking lot studies. We recently did one for Caldwell County Schools. That's a big number, and I went and rode around a little bit, and I can understand it. Your parking lots are in need of replacement, and so you see the other systems after that. I'm not going to kind of go into each one. When we do athletics, we invite coaches and the athletic director for the district in to talk to us specifically about what the needs are out at each of the schools. And you can see athletic lighting showing up there because y'all are in the middle. I think you're in the middle or in the process of converting your outdoor lighting to LED from the older versions. I might say that the reason that there's a BASECA is because I was in a board meeting at Guilford County one night when I got notice that a light tower had fallen on the gymnasium at Western Guilford High School, and there were kids playing basketball in the gym, and we actually had video footage because of one of the cameras of seeing this whole lighting system come down. And that's what got me started on building asset inventory. I want to know where all of my light towers are tomorrow. I don't want to wait, and I want single component assessment. Tell me if any more of them are going to fall. And nobody could do it. It was going to take months to get that study done. So I decided that's what I'll do when I grow up. There's a little bit more of carryover from that other slide, the building interior, and I call your attention. Who would have thought it? Blinds, $2 million. And somebody's gonna say, golly, you're sure $2 million for Venetian blinds? And yet it's a lot of times things in this study become an initiative. When we sit down with the group and we start talking and we start asking how are the blinds at this school or that school, and it turns out that we need to replace blinds district-wide. And you think, oh, how important is that? Well, I always say it's the smile of the school. If you don't believe it, you drive down the road and look at the front of the school. Sometimes if the blinds are all to pieces, it looks terrible. But the most important thing we have with them is that if you don't have working blinds on the southern exposure of your school buildings and you can't lower them during the day, then you're paying tens, hundreds of thousands more for electricity for air conditioning than you should be. And if you're during the summer, those blinds ought to be closed. And that little $2.4 million will save you. It'll have a payback to it. This one is no surprise. You know, we gather all this cost and we put in values for renovation, but the state really intends for school districts to do a long-term school planning project. A lot of districts not sure exactly how to do that, and sometimes the results are that they don't have long-term planning. In the 60s, and I started to put a picture up there on the phone. That's maybe not the best idea, but I had a picture of the school board that was in place it wasn't consolidated then, but is either the Alamance or the Burlington. And it's just, you know, it's a black and white photo. You'd probably kind of what you would expect to see. But those are the ones that had the baby boomer train coming through. And they were fighting capacity. Oh, and look what they did. They built 12 schools. Half of your schools almost were built in one decade, 60 years ago. That's one that just take a pause on and think about. And I don't have to tell you, you have very old schools. I know it's something that you all face. The last one you built, southeast, not a whole lot has happened, and you're not chasing capacity anymore. It's not an issue for you. You have enough seats. I mentioned a while ago we have Wake County schools, and they're adding 2,000 kids a year, and they have 204 schools, and so we're getting ready to do their construction part on our project, and they handed me 25 schools that are in the process right now to build. You know, they have 672 mobile classrooms. They convert to year-round schools to squeeze a little more capacity out of their school buildings. It's amazing to see and the machine that they have for cranking all of that out is phenomenal. And I asked them if they would offer to help our other clients, and they said they would, Dr. Fleming. So you might want to take them up on that offer. They know how to build a school. So you're kind of getting to a point now where, you know, construction and renovation costs are doubling since the pandemic, and you gotta give consideration to, are we going to renovate or are we going to replace? I usually use we're going to take the 57 Chevy out and take it to a car show and drive around Winston-Salem in it, but we're not going to San Diego. You know, it's just no longer able to do that. And when we ask your folks about the condition of your schools, blinds was kind of an interesting thing, and painting and roofs and parking lots, but they're digging up sewer lines with jackhammers in the basement to replace that have failed, and they're having to rod them out constantly just to make those things work. It's like one of the least sexy things that you can spend a lot of money on, but if you don't, you get to a point where you can't have school. And that last thing I just wanted to say about this is that the learning environment since 60 years ago has changed so dramatically that it's very difficult to renovate just the condition of the building, make sure that the toilet's flush, but to also make sure that it can handle the type of learning environment that we now have, and the type of safety measures that we now have. Y'all have a lot of schools where you have to go to exterior doors to change classes. And I, in a conversation with Dr. Fleming and Greg Hook, and I said, the schools are safe. Your schools are safe. You can't say that they're not. If they're not safe, you wouldn't open them up. What you're doing is your principals are making sure they got staff out there watching kids changing classes between buildings. You know, when that staff, maybe they could have used a break, or maybe that they could be, you know, their efforts could be better placed somewhere else. But there's a lot of things you have to do to make up for these older buildings. If that's starting to sound like a lecture, I apologize. My heart is in this particular business. So I wanted to mention the ORED study because you're not chasing capacity, but that doesn't mean that all of your buildings are in the right place. And so the ORED study, we have a version of what they did for you that we do that the state designs, but it's just nowhere near as effective as what they do when they do their analysis. When they, you know, for enrollment projections, we only look at one thing, live birth rate. It's the cohort that the state uses to predict how many kids will you add over the next 10 years. Your enrollment projections are going to be so much more on point because of land use studies and actually going out and trying to determine what are our capacity needs. I suspect you'll start growing again. You've been on a stable for quite some time. Your enrollment's just kind of held steady. A little bit of loss in the pandemic. You know, maybe some of them didn't come back, but I think you'll be growing again, and you'll need to have this particular study. We worked with them on capacity analysis, and Greg Hook had already done some good work on that. But they're the ones that kind of look at where is a school best placed given your particular enrollment projections and what your needs are and what your existing facilities are and which ones are aging out. And it's a complicated little business. And they help with your attendance boundaries. Attendance boundaries, you know, I went through a redistricting in Guilford County school system and then I retired. It's like, it's a tough thing to handle. It affects a lot of the people in the community, but you can't move the schools. And so it's an issue. Really the last thing that I have here is that I encourage districts, if they're kind of at a point where it says, well, we're not really interested in building any new schools, you know, well, there's a model inside of this that is very well equipped to give you the initial swipe at, well, what would it cost to build a new elementary school or a middle or a high? What are some of the factors that we need to consider? Do we need to buy land? Would we demolish a building? Do we need to bring in will we have municipal services for water or sewer, or do we have to pay some really high cost to have that brought in or put in a well and septic tanks, whatever? And so you have inside of this value, there is money in there for the prospect of. And there's something that I didn't say a moment ago, and I need to. I always want to say this. This is not a budget. It's not a budget. You aren't going to vote. It's not going to. This is a needs assessment, and in a needs assessment, we want to stand back and take a look at, well, what would it be like if we started planning some new schools? What are all the parts and pieces to it? You're a long way from hiring an architect, but there are other professionals that you probably would want to start having chime in. Are we going to use CM at risk? Or are we going to hard bid projects? There's a lot of things that you have to learn and start talking about. But based off of 3 or 4 slides back on the age of these schools, and a few slides back before that about the amount of renovation cost, it's a good thing to start talking about this. And, we name them a new East Elementary and a new West Elementary, or whatever we call it, when we don't know exactly where they would be, and we certainly don't want to seem to know, but we need to start looking at it pretty close. And with that, I think there's a slide that says, well, questions. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have, and open up the floor for that now.
Thank you so much for being here. Board members, questions?
Just a quick question for clarity, and thank you for this data. It's sombering, it's needed, and thank you for this. So earlier you said $105,000 for renovation. I want people to understand online or in person, it's $105 million plus in a renovation cost.
I make that mistake sometimes. I'm retired.
I just want to make sure that the media hears that and understands that. Thank you.
Ed, thank you very much. Sometimes you glance up at that and, older eyes kind of doesn't pick up the other zeros.
It's
So
a
yes,
blessing to get older, I promise.
million. And then, when I go over next door to you, over to Wake County, I got to learn to say billion. Because yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Comments? Yes, Dr. Hall.
Just a clarification. So this is a need assessment every 5 years that's being done, but you're projecting for 10 years, right?
Yes, they call it a 5-year, but they ask for years 6 through 10 data in it. But that little chart that I had on that front page is the 5-year totals that get reported to the legislature.
Because what I was curious about also is, so 5 years ago we had that, so they would have been for the first 5 years and then projected 6 to 10. Just trying to see what the overlap of that projection of 6 to 10 on the last needs assessment, how that relates to our 5 years this year.
It isn't something that we've computed, but it sounds like an interesting thing to do. We could easily, I think we can find that data. I'm not sure that we have our hands on your 2021 survey, but we could try to come back or let
I'm just
Dr. Fleming come back.
thinking through some of the renovations that happened and reasons why those need to happen, and like how those overlapped and what we might have missed at that point in time.
And we do have a chart in that report that shows your capital cost at each school for the past 5 years compared to what we estimated for the upcoming 5 years. But it's a good question as to on the overlap of that. How do they compare?
One other question. So I noticed previously there had been additions. So an addition, is that just like an add-on to an existing school? And so there was no proposed to do that in this case?
There are an addition. You're correct in your definition. They're looking for, typically it'd be like a 6 classroom addition to an existing wing. But it also could include an addition to the dining area and kitchen, an auxiliary gym, or whatever.
Madam Chair, I can thankfully we have a chair that has all this at her disposal. But our 6 to 10 from 2021 was 108 million. So we're looking at 4 now. So, it was 300 million off. But here's what you have to keep in mind. Districts that do this internally typically always report lower because they don't know what's really out there. When you have someone that has been through this and they'll say, we're not looking at just roofs and windows or whatever. We're looking at asphalt. We're looking at drains, plumbing, electrical. And so that's why, and I think when our commissioners see this information and have questions, I do think that's very important that it's almost apples to oranges, because if we would have self-reported this, it would have been significantly lower. I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't even compare it to the last, because we know there are needs. We know that we're asking in our 405. We know we are. I say asking, but we are asking, but that we're reporting items that should have been reported probably in the last 3 or 4 of these or 5 of these, and it just was skipped. And
you may want to check just in one, for clarification, I guess, if you're comparing the 6 through 10 of the 2021 study, so that would have been that's a 5-year period. And so you would have to, when you said 4 a moment ago, you know, we'd be careful that we're looking at 5 years to 5 years.
That's right, and escalation too. That's
Right.
the other thing is with inflation, these are not the previous year's numbers are not adjusted for inflation.
So, but anyway,
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Great question. Any other questions or comments for Mr. LaRue? Dr. Parker?
I looked through, and I could probably calculate this, but I didn't know if somewhere in the summary you gave an assessment of like how much 0 to 2 is, and then 3 to 5, just to kind of a roll up of the numbers. And
Right.
I may have looked for it and just not found it.
there's a report called a prioritization report, and in your board materials, it would have come just after the master call summary, which is the big spreadsheet that's got everything on it. And if you look at the bottom of that, you would see the totals for years 1, years 2, years 1 plus 2 to get to the 5-year mark, and then years 6 through 10. It's on the prioritization.
Okay, got it. I may not see that, but I'm sure it's here somewhere, so we can follow
Okay.
that. What does your firm do to make sure that the numbers are up to date? I know the square foot number changes, but I didn't know if you could just speak to for the public's information, kind of some of the things that you do to do that.
Absolutely. And for one thing, we don't copy the 2021 data. You know, a lot of times people ask us to because they say, we already gave you that. And we said, no, we need to do it again. Things change in 5 years. So we check square footage to make sure, did it change? Did we take something out or put something in? We are always looking for what did change over the last 5 years so that we make sure that we don't, have incorrect data. But the most important piece of that is that when we estimate cost, we're estimating cost values. The state doesn't require us to put in inflation. They don't want to see inflation. So when we do it, it's what today's cost will be for that report. And when we're in that room and we're talking to people and it says, well, we ask you, we say, how much do you think that roof on the gymnasium is going to cost? And they tell us about the one they just did and said it's going to be somewhere in this particular area. We're sitting in our room not all of the 15, but we got data from every district that we're doing to say, is that consistent with what we see other school systems paying? So I think we do quite a few things to make sure that it's as accurate as it can be, but at the end of the day, it's still a guess in terms of cost. So,
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Rogers?
So reiterating like what Mr. Wagner said, thank you for the report and the information. And I'll just keep on looking at the one slide about that there was 12 schools built back in 1960, and then just looking at the age of a lot of our schools, which we knew what that age was. I just wonder when y'all go through this process, I know you gave us the numbers around like a new East Elementary or a new West Elementary, new East Middle School. Is there anywhere in when y'all are having those discussions or looking through the facility needs of like, I'll just throw out an existing school like an E.M. Hope because it's the oldest that we have. Is there any assessment that y'all do in that process to say like, what would it be to just build like a new E.M. Hope or a new existing school that we have that is old? I know it's looking at renovations and stuff, but just the thought of if it was to build a new version of that school.
You have in those reports a report called Facility Condition Index, an FCI. And the state does this same process where we assign a replacement value to the square footage of each school. So, this is a broad brush stripe. You can't but it at least tells you that if Holt is X number of square feet, that times not $250 a square foot, but now $450 a square foot comes up with a value of, let's say, $60 million. And so it's on that chart that you have, it'll list the replacement value based on that, just square footage times the cost per square foot. And then we list beside it the amount of renovations that we collected for the next 10 years on it. And when you calculate that, it gives you a percentage. And sometimes those numbers get up in the 20s or 30s, and it starts telling you that if I've got to do that much work to this school, and that's just a guess at 20 or 30%, is it make it a better candidate for replacement? And there's so many other factors, it's, heck, the historical value of some of these schools you have to kind of take into consideration. But from a math perspective, we can kind of look at how much are we going to spend on that 57 Chevy to drive it out to San Diego, and is it worth it?
All right. Thank you for that, because too, I guess I think about like some of our schools that I guess you can say like their footprint of where they're actually located right now, renovations to them might be hard because there's not that much land there to the space. So that's why I was asking that question on any thought of like to rebuild a new school. Because, we have East Lawn that's not that far from here right now. And I think about their footprint is pretty small, but it's not that much land around it for added on. And you can't really build I don't think you can really build up right now how the current school is constructed. So
there's 2 or 3 ways of looking at it. And with your construction data that we put in your report, there is one new elementary that is built on site. It's not, we don't say what site, but but there's, and it gives you a model that says, here's one where I can build the new building while everybody's still going to the old one, and then I have the cost of demolishing the old one and, moving everybody over. So you have that as an option. You have another one that shows that, no, there's no way we can do that. We don't have enough land, it's too tight. And so we would have money in there at existing land purchase rates right now to buy enough acreage for an elementary school, and we include that in the price. And the only other option there is sometimes is that some districts that have the opportunity can have a swing space school. And I moved kids into 4 different elementary schools while we built their new one in Guilford County Schools. It's not the favorite thing to do, but there's always, I think, I love the question because I really feel like that's where people need to kind of roll up their sleeves and start thinking about, well, what would we do if we did something there? And I asked Wake that the other day, and I said, what about buying land? They said, we land bank, we don't worry about that. I said, boy, it must be nice. How much land banking have y'all done? Do y'all have a lot of land that you own that you might build a school on? Yeah, it's kind of hard to do that sometimes, but anyway, I hope I answered your question.
no, you did. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Wagner?
I'm sorry, the last question for me, and I'm kind of a fuel geek, I'm a petroleum guy. In the environmental assessment here of your budget, you have in-ground fuel tanks, and Mr. Hogg can speak to this, remove of those tanks at $88,875. Does that include any phase 1 to phase 2 testing? Because I know how old our tanks are, and if you dig enough, we're going to find something.
Yeah.
And I know we've been paying UST permits for several years to help fund that, but that means you're grandfathered in at a certain point in time. It doesn't go back to the first installation of those tanks.
I will tell you, probably have more experience in this one than I wish. And if you can legally close the tank and leave it in the ground, it surely would be the right decision. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes there's factors that suggest that you need to take it out. If it was a leaking tank and you know it was a leaking tank and they won't let you close it sometimes without removing it and remediating the soil. But if you've got tanks in the ground now and you've got good people that are keeping an eye on that and making sure they don't float out of the ground and some of the things that can happen, you're in better shape to leave them alone.
Thank you.
My opinion. So.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much for being with us today and sharing the information.
Okay, thanks for having me here.
So as we transition on the agenda to, I will welcome Ms. Anderson from Assistant Director of Human Resources, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources to the podium. As we do that, I'm not sure if Mr. Engel did this before I arrived or not, but it is fabulous to look at and see all of our academic leadership here.
Yes.
What a nice surprise today. So I will thank you guys for being here. Look forward to hopefully seeing you throughout the year. Yes, Mr. Engel?
And I apologize to everyone here, but our chair, she was tied up because she ran into a roadblock and had to go around it. So I apologize for that. That's the reason she was late. She was trying her best to get here on time.
I was the only car, I think, that didn't drive across the median to do a U-turn in Graham. My husband would be very proud of me. So, yes. Ms. Anderson, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Fleming. At this time, I would like to introduce our two beginning teacher coordinators. We have with us Bambi Evans and also Sarah Jones. They're going to explain and talk to you about our beginning teacher support plan.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Ellington Graves, board members, and Dr. Fleming. This afternoon, we are presenting to you an updated Alamance-Burlington School System Teacher Support Plan. The State Board of Education has been going through some updates this fall to the policy governing the beginning teacher support work we do. TCED 016 is the state policy that outlines beginning teacher support programs that are required in all North Carolina public school units. Changes at the state level were mostly in regard to clarifying the graduation survey requirements from their last update and verbiage to include any teacher in their first 3 years of teaching, regardless of their licensure path type or pathway. Here at ABSS, we already include all beginning teachers in our beginning teacher support plan, whether initially licensed or alternatively licensed, and we will continue to provide support as is now specified in the state policy. However, some other minor updates were needed to match our current program implementation, including changes in personnel responsible for parts of the program. And what we'd like to do now is give you an overview of the Alamance-Burlington Schools Support Program and the beginning teachers we currently serve here at ABSS.
As we said earlier, we support all teachers in their first 3 years of teaching. Currently, we support about 259 beginning teachers. This number fluctuates a bit, especially as we continue to fill positions. We believe these teachers are the future of our district. Of those 259 BTs, there are 101 BT1s of their first year, 91 in their second, and 67 in their third year of teaching. 33.5% of these 259 teachers are initially licensed or have graduated from an approved teacher education program, while 66.5% are currently alternatively licensed or have not completed their education prep program. This data supports a significant strategic need to support beginning teachers, especially the 2/3 that are coming to us via alternatively licensed pathways. We do not view that as a problem, but as a challenge that demands a robust, high-quality support program. A little bit about the plan itself. This plan isn't just a local document. It's mandated and approved at multiple levels. You, our board, are asked to review and approve its entire full compliance with the State Board of Education's policy TCED 016. Following that, it is submitted to the state for their approval. ABSS participates in an annual review process where we assess key metrics like retention, mentorship quality, and program effectiveness to ensure we are achieving our goals. The state holds us accountable through a 5-year monitoring cycle. This external review ensures the integrity and quality of our program aligns with state standards while giving us valuable external feedback. We are already planning for our next state monitoring visit, which is scheduled for the 26-27 school year. Updating our plan is a proactive step to ensure we are well prepared for a successful review.
So what we want to do now is provide you a quick overview of the plan. Our district provides this comprehensive support through evidence-based practices. The plan represents the strong support we are already delivering and improving on, which is crucial for maximizing teacher effectiveness and, most importantly, increasing teacher retention for our students. We understand that no BT should navigate their first years alone. Every beginning teacher is assigned a mentor who serves as their on-site coach and guide. This is the single most crucial factor in a teacher's early success and integration into the school culture. Professional development is where we invest in the skills of our teachers. Prior to the start of the school year, beginning teachers participate in a required induction training through beginning teacher orientation, which is a comprehensive 3 days for all first-year BTs. We require an additional day specifically for our alternatively licensed teachers to address core pedagogical needs like lesson planning and classroom community. Following this induction, beginning teachers are supported by ongoing evidence-based professional learning and individual coaching and feedback designed to target the specific instructional needs identified in their classroom. For all beginning teachers, we also provide licensure support, guiding them through the critical process of converting their initial license to a continuing license and providing the specific support needed for our alternatively licensed teachers as they navigate their individual licensure pathway. For the schools, this means ensuring that our support is integrated into the school structure via the school level plan, and providing assistance with their professional development plan or PDP development, ensuring the individual teacher's goals align with the school's overall needs. In essence, this plan ensures the support of teachers is continuously reviewed and externally validated, ensuring we maintain a high-quality, accountable program for our beginning teachers. This program is designed to provide a mentor, a roadmap, and the skills necessary for every beginning teacher to thrive and commit to a long-time career along here at ABSS. With that, we're here to answer questions that you may have for us.
Thank you, ladies. Questions and comments from board members? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
One part is just a comment, the other is just a question. So comment first is just thank you for all of y'all work with our BTs, and I always enjoy beginning of the school year coming to the orientation, and y'all welcome us in to that, and seeing all of the new beginning teachers who are starting up with us and getting a chance to chat with them, and then also the celebration at the end of the year. So thank y'all for all of your efforts and work with that. Appreciate it. And then just one question is, during the process and coming up with the plan, how much input do y'all get from like current BTs on anything that they would see that works very well for them, and maybe areas for opportunity of improvement of things too in that support plan?
So we actually give them surveys that allow them to give us some feedback on how we're doing. So we welcome the feedback in anything. We welcome feedback for the BET orientation, as well as the plan, mentoring, all of the things that we do. So we do ask that they give us those feedback through surveys.
And we're constantly adapting based on what we
Yes.
hear from those surveys.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Dr. Hall?
So this seems to be a plan that you have to submit to the state, right, to sort of say what you're going to do. What kind of monitoring, there's a monitoring plan coming up, but like what kind of data are they looking for to see that it is being effective in that, that you can demonstrate that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing?
So they're looking at a certain percentage of our teachers, our beginning teachers, and they just review all the files to make sure that we're doing what we say we're doing, that we're actually implementing what we say we're implementing to our teachers, our beginning teachers, and doing what we say that the plan tells us that we are.
So it's much more of a process, the more so than like a product. They're looking for a certain percentage of retention or something like that. They're looking just for the process that you're
Yes.
providing them the opportunity to continue to thrive as new teachers.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Dr. Parker?
Just out of curiosity, what are you seeing as far as trends for the percent that come in under an alternate license versus a traditional?
So after doing this for 3 years now, I have seen the trend for alternatively licensed actually decrease in the past 3 years. Yes. So we started out, my first year, we had 72%. Last year we had 70%, and now we have 65.5 that we showed you here. So that's encouraging.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Oh, do you have another one?
I had one more. So,
Yes, sir.
Not for purposes of compliance, but, for the district to kind of follow up on Dr. Hall's question. So, there is a plan. What is the district doing to kind of align it with best practices and measure success? I guess if we're working the plan, how do we know we've succeeded? And maybe there's something that I didn't go through in the full detail, but I'll just be quiet and let you answer.
How do we know we've succeeded? Retention. Yeah.
Well, and after our review next year, we'll have goals that we need to work on. If there's an area that we fall short in, they're going to let us know. So they sent us a template. So we're, diligently checking that off now to make sure this year's data is where it needs to be for next year's review.
Right.
So we'll know. We will be given goals based on if we're
Yes.
failing in a certain area.
And each year, we have our own goals that we're working on and where we want to improve in the program, where we want to make sure that we're including the robust best practices that we're indicating.
And I guess I was just thinking, as far as retention of first year, I don't know if there are numbers or whatever. I understand if we draw this and say this is year zero, kind of going forward, if this is just a beginning teacher support, I'm sure principals have a role in teacher retention and that kind of thing. I don't know how that plays into the document, or if this is really just something for the state as far as process.
So principals play a big part in what we do in beginning teacher support. That's why we have these school level plans here, and we make sure that we're implementing some professional development and relying on those plans and that implementation at the school level as well. We also work very closely with principals on making sure that we have a mentor for each of our teachers as well. So they do play a big part in that.
So part of the first year support program is working with principals, as for instance, making sure that each beginning teacher is paired with a mentor at the school for. Okay,
Yes.
got it. All right, thank you. Yep, no other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Wagner?
Well, thank you for the data. It's very interesting, and welcome. We're so thankful to have you guys on board and look forward to improvements we're making moving forward. As a person who started to go through the alternative licensing procedure, it's good to see that we're going down with that, even though I'm an old guy. I get that. What's the retention rate between a student coming out of a traditional college with a teaching degree reference to an alternative teaching pathway? If you have any idea, comment, no solid data, just kind of want to get a trend of that.
We don't have a full trend of that, but there are also, some of them are out of the BET program before they've actually gotten that continuing license. So that they aren't necessarily a BT at that point, because it may take them longer than 3 years to get that continuing license. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ms. Harvey. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
So looking at right now, your BT ones, it's 101. So by the time we get to the BT where they're in their third phase, what would be some of the reasons why they're no longer here with us when we get there? Because of course, when we start off with 101, we want to keep 101, So, would you have some of that data, or just in general know what would be some of the reasonings of them just leaving?
I do know that we do have a survey, that Human Resources has a survey of leaving and why they leave. There's a lot of different reasons that they give us, that they might leave or whatever. So relocation, different things.
And I think when they come in as a first-year teacher, most of them, for alternatively licensed, are under a permit to teach. So they can teach whatever they want at that point. Then we start digging into that transcript and see, oh, I need 18 hours to teach this next year. Then sometimes they get moved into different situations and different positions they didn't necessarily sign up for. So I think that's part of it too, that it can look very different from the first year to that third year.
I just want to say thank you for all the support that you give to our beginning teachers. Thank you.
All right, I have one question about the mentors. How many mentors do we currently have?
199.
So thank you to those 199 as well. And we do compensate them? Do we? Yes?
So we're currently working on those numbers in that program, so, yeah.
Is it 100 a month?
We have a structure and we discuss about funding, so we
Yes.
So we have some, it sounds like that might be
That is our-
improving.
That is
Yeah,
our
it's gonna
hope.
have, yes, it
Yes.
has to.
Maybe I didn't phrase that
It's a
correctly. I
very small
apologize.
amount.
Right.
But thank you to those 199 that
Yes.
step up and mentor, and it's exciting that we're finding ways to
Yes.
compensate them for sharing that wisdom and that knowledge. Thank you, ladies.
Definitely. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for our BT program? Dr. Fleming would like to add something.
Yeah, I'd like to share. I just shared with the board. I thought I had to do this for each table. Then I realized there's a master page I could share this. But you have received Best NC, which is a nonprofit think tank out of Raleigh, has established some tables you can take a look at. You can compare our percent of beginning teachers to other school districts, the percent of our fully licensed teachers to other districts. There's a whole slew of information, per pupil expenditure, absentee rates. DPI has put this data out, but no one's really ever disaggregated it. So I sent that to you. You will like these charts, I really think. So I think you received 2 or 3 from me earlier, but I actually just sent you all of the tables in one email. And our chair's having issues opening it. So now I'm starting to wonder if maybe that doesn't work, but I will get them to you.
It says that we cannot save.
That's scary.
Oh, it's just you.
Were you guys able to pull it up?
Maybe it's just.
Yeah. Okay. If not, then check it at home. It may be the filter.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today to share that. At this time, I will transition the podium to Dr. McWhorter, our Assistant Superintendent for Academics.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, members of the board. I'm going to start out, we're going to do something a little bit differently. So throughout the upcoming board meetings, different departments will be introducing new team members that they have. Since we've had some transition on the team since really middle-ish of last year, we're going to capture pretty much most of the new people that we've had on since that time. So if I could please invite Dr. Turner, Ms. Blackwell, Dr. Haley, and Mr. Phillipson up. You guys got your presentations too, right?
Yeah, I got my presentation.
I'm going to run that joke until I can't run it anymore. So start by introducing, and to many of you, these are going to be faces that you know, just now in different roles. Dr. Turner is Executive Director of Elementary Education. She has been in ABSS for nearly 3 decades, has extensive experience in leadership at multiple levels within ABSS. Most recently, before her current role, serving as principal of Turrentine Middle School, which was preceded by 12 successful years as principal at Smith Elementary. She has a longstanding commitment to excellence, which is obviously marked by her success as a principal, and continuing to strengthen the district through leadership in elementary education. We are very happy to have Ms. Turner on our team. Ms. Blackwell is coming to us from Rockingham County, where she served as principal of Reedsville High School. In addition to high school experience, she also has experience at both elementary and middle school as well, bringing that full continuum of experiences. She has a proven track record of success going all the way back to her time as a Mission Possible teacher in Guilford County, and we are quite thrilled to have her on our team. Dr. Haley is our current Executive Director of Improvement and Accountability. He began his career in ABSS in 2001 as a PE teacher, went on to serve as lead mentor and assistant principal at Hawfields Middle School for 11 years, then served as principal at the Early College and Western Elements High School before being named as Executive Director of Secondary Schools back in 2022. Since 2022, Dr. Haley has supported the district on and off through accountability and secondary. We greatly appreciate his flexibility and support for the academic team through the transitional period. So thank you, Dr. Haley. We appreciate you. And our newest team member as of about, 2 weeks ago? Mr. Phillipson, who most recently served as MTSS specialist at McDougall Middle School in Chapel Hill, where he led school-wide implementation to improve student outcomes. Prior to that, he spent over 18 years in Alamance as a classroom teacher, lead teacher, interventionist, and instructional specialist. And Mr. Phillipson is our new MTSS coordinator. So just like to welcome and let you know that we appreciate you all.
Before y'all walk away, Dennis, can the folks joining us virtually see them, or do they need to come up to the front?
Need you to do like a gallery walk?
So so they can match faces and okay, perfect. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I do want to share, before Dr. McWhorter continues, we realized with getting new staff, and he mentioned this, that we wanted to, when we originally did board member orientation, we did something similar to this. And so maybe every month, every other month, we will bring different departments up, just so you can see some new faces and old faces for that matter. But this is a powerful little group right here. This is where you're going to see a lot of our difference made in conjunction with our building level administrators and other support we have around our teachers and students. But you can really tell a difference in the last few months, and I'm certainly appreciative of Mr. McWhorter's leadership in that. So thank you.
Are we introducing the principals?
We have the principals in front of us. Well, you want them to stand up and say their name?
As long as we acknowledge
Give a
they're
5-minute
here.
speech.
These folks are the VIPs of the district, so as long as we acknowledge that they're here, we won't make you parade up front, but thank you all.
So, Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, members of the board, I now bring to you a very exciting topic, improvement plans. So, before we move on to essentially questions and review of the improvement plans, I do just want to spend just a couple minutes reviewing what improvement plans are meant to do and why we have them. So we have, Dennis, are you, thank you. So first and foremost, improvement plans are required by federal and state accountability. So we have to do them. However, more importantly, our improvement plans serve as a roadmap for schools to focus on student achievement and really help schools to hone and put their efforts into the business that we are here to do, which is to move students forward. Also, they ensure transparency and shared responsibility of what the school is doing to move their students and their teachers forward. And that is why improvement plans are linked on every school website. Public members of the public can click on those sites or those links whenever they want, and the schools update those plans regularly to keep everybody updated as to their efforts throughout that process. SIPs are not compliance documents. Yes, we do them because we have to in order to be compliant, but that is really not their purpose. They are tools to continue consistent growth and progress for the schools, and that is why they are tailored specifically for the schools and made at the schools. So the core purpose, core purpose of improvement plans, first and foremost, we want to set measurable goals that are aligned to the needs of the school. So again, each school specifically. They identify strategies that are aligned to accomplish those goals. So each school will pick their own strategies. We know that schools are all starting at different places and have different resources and may choose to use different funding a little bit differently in positions. SIPs also monitor. They serve as a tool to monitor that continued growth and progress, and they encourage distributive leadership. We know that no matter how wonderful all of our principals are, and they are very wonderful, that they cannot do everything by themselves. And so the improvement plans help to ensure that they are able to distribute that leadership and that they capture that in that responsibility in those plans. So what is in a school improvement plan, or just an improvement plan? So they will all capture a view of data, symbolizing where the school has been and the goals for where they want to get to. All of those goals will be done in a SMART goal format. So you're going to see that they're all specific, they're all measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. If you wanted to, you could graph every single one of the goals that schools have in their SIPs. In addition to that, they are paired with a series of action steps. Now, action steps may change, they may be modified as their school improvement teams continue to review and analyze their progress, and which leaving us to the last part, which is that progress monitoring. So essentially identify the data, where they're at, where they want to be, and the steps that they are going to take to achieve that goal. How are SIPs used? Firstly, to guide instructional decisions and resource allocation. They will drive the professional development priorities at each site. They anchor the school leadership team discussions. We know it is so easy to get down different rabbit holes and to be chasing different things, so they really help to keep the school improvement team focused on the specific things that they set out to accomplish at the beginning of the year, and then obviously tracking progress to adjusting the strategies throughout the year. So again, I told you that was only going to be a couple minutes. You all have the school improvement plans linked on the board minutes. Are there any questions that any of you have for either myself on school improvement planning process, or that you may have specific to any of the school plans?
Any questions or comments for Dr. McWhorter? Dr. Parker?
Yeah, so just for kind of general consumption, so a school improvement plan is done by a committee at the school and then discusses that with the relevant person at central office. Kind of how is it done? What does doing look like?
Great question. So the exact formatting for how it's done can vary a little bit district to district. However, our principals started their school improvement planning during summer symposium, which was at the very end of June, where they then were able to bring in their school leadership teams to begin that school improvement planning process. They then work on that plan throughout the summer, submit a draft. We provide feedback on that draft. They take the feedback back to their teams, make those changes, and then submit what you are looking at in front of you. And then they continuously meet with their school improvement team to monitor and track the progress of their plans.
Yeah, so in some ways, I don't want to say this is like a business plan for the schools, but is there an analogy for how the school improvement plan functions for each school? As far as, yes, there are additional activities, there might be additional committee meetings, but just as like a big picture for how it should function.
Yeah, your analogy was pretty spot on. So if you were to collaborate monthly around that certain set of topics that you are really focused on trying to improve. So again, you're not picking 10 or 12 different things. It's maybe 3 to 5 things. And then it is your journey on those. So then they'll set subcommittees that may be responsible for each of those, then bring back that progress to the school improvement team itself, and then assist in moving the school. I gotta stop waving my arms so much. And then assist in moving the school forward on each of those metrics.
Great, and no other questions. Would it be possible to have just a few slides put in the agenda item as far as so we could see it later?
Yes. Sorry.
Sometimes it doesn't refresh.
Right there. You click on that.
Oh, supporting.
Not opening for you, it's on there, but
No, it's not opening for me. It's probably internet weather.
because it's a PowerPoint file.
Well, we can.
We'll have to,
I see it now. That's good. Okay. Never mind then, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Rogers?
So, Dr. McWhorter, also just quick comment. I see you don't have your crutch this week, so good deal.
Progress.
But also, I guess thinking about, I understand the school improvement plan, and Dr. Parker just asking about the process at the school level. So now my question is more around the support from the district level with the academic team and helping out to our principals and their team at the school level to go through their school improvement plan. What does it look like for the district level, also supporting them and helping them through that improvement plan, looking at that progress, and I guess adapting those strategies like what you had in the slideshow there?
Yeah, so excellent question. So it is a responsibility of central office, and this is across the state, to provide continued feedback and support on each school's improvement. So there's places in the system to leave notes and such throughout the year. So that is one area of support. Also, when visiting schools, doing walkthroughs that Dr. Turner, Ms. Blackwell may do, those are also oftentimes geared towards your school improvement plan. Where are you in your journey? As we do walkthroughs, what do we want to look for? What can I support you in? Because firstly, the principals and their leadership team, they know the areas that they need to put their efforts in, and that they are putting their efforts in. So it doesn't make much sense to have one group of people pushing in one direction, another group of people pushing in another direction. And so our support needs to align with what the schools are trying to improve. And now, fortunately, we don't have a bazillion different metrics that we focus on. It's mostly about the how the school is trying to move it, and that how depends oftentimes on the resources and such that each school has.
All right, and so you just made me think about something when you said resources. So, and that's a thing for every school district is always talking about where the resources, what kind of resources do we have and provide to the students, to the teachers in the classrooms themselves. So I guess thinking about that, when we start looking at the resources, and if there's something that at a school is not working for them, but it is something that has been put into the school to be a part of that improvement plan, do we have, I guess, procedures or a process in place to, if that principal or their leadership team is just telling us like, hey, this is not working. We've been doing everything and this is just not working for us. We're not seeing the progress that we thought we would see through this. Is there ways to help them adjust through that also too?
So everything that a school has in their school improvement plan needs to have and does have progress monitoring metrics throughout the year. So schools, the principals can nod as I say this, will monitor those things throughout the year. Now, speaking more largely to other resources, that a school may fund different things through federal programs or an allocation, such as maybe a reading specialist or an interventionist or something. They do need to track the data for those positions, monitor that the position is achieving what it was set out to achieve, and then utilize that data and their best judgment at the beginning of every year to determine, do we need to shift something? Was it the program that may have been being used in place? Was the position just ineffective? Why or why not? Could have been absentee rates. They could have been being pulled for different things. So it is an ongoing problem-solving process. Great questions, though. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McWhorter.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Dr. Hall?
Two questions. I think it's two questions. The first question is, you are new to the system, came in and obviously had to view all these and work with the principals on these plans. Is there anything that you, like best practice or things that you saw that could help improve that process, or that you've implemented or suggested, or as a whole, thinking about, I know that there's, this is for the state and for the federal, so that there's some key things there, but is there something there that you might have seen that you thought could be improved a little bit?
School improvement plans can often be fairly complex job to tackle. I think that ensuring that there is universal norms around it. In the past, we've done essentially kind of whole district, I'll say renorming. It is very easy to add too many details, or if something is just simply asking for a goal, to feel like you have to write an entire narrative when it's literally just wants to know the data point. So one of the more effective things that I've done in the past in conjunction with other leaders was actually inviting DPI to come in and just assist folks in what you actually need in an improvement plan. I think we have a habit of sometimes putting in too much stuff, where it really it needs to be much simpler than they often are. But again, coming in new and such, that's something that's hard to shift mid step as it's moving. But I will say none of the improvement plans are wrong. It's just some of them may be able to leave some of the items out or shift it into different categories and such that might help with the clarity.
But you sort of answered my second part of the question. Was thinking about, it seems like a lot of this is sort of like bottom up, right? So there's some autonomy from the individual schools, and then you provide that. Are there times when you might come in? I'm just thinking about the conversation we had last month around performance, school performance. Is there times when you might come in from the top end and be like, hey, this is something we really need to think about, or this is the goal of the school district, and this is what we need to be doing to have that play into effect into these improvement plans as well? So
you're actually speaking to kind of the larger picture of how improvement plans and strategic plans are supposed to be set to work. And I'm going to say this in a perfect situation. The state essentially sets its strategic plan and its goals. The district sets a strategic plan and goals that align to the state plan. The school sets strategic plan and goals that are aligned to the district plan, except when your data is telling you that there is another dire need. It is also very common for districts to assign, I will say, base goals to a school or to schools as a whole. And you can do that in terms of providing the schools with their data points and then making a recommendation for, we'll say, a realistic or attainable goal that might be 3 or 4 proficiency points or something. So,
thank you. That's
you're
perfect.
welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Questions or comments from other board members? Yes, sir, Mr. Rogers.
So this is not a question for you, Dr. McWhorter. It's just more of a comment because, school improvement, performance grades, all of those things has been a lot of the conversation here as a board and media outlets and various things. And I said this at a previous board meeting to our teachers, students, principals, since y'all are here. Those performance grades are not the representation of our school. They are exactly that. They're a performance grade, and we see what they were. I'm pretty sure as principals, a lot of those came out and y'all were disappointed in what it was, but you knew about the hard work that was happening in your school. And whenever I visit y'all schools, I see the hard work that is happening in the classroom with y'all, with our students, with our educators. And so with y'all being right here in front of us today, I just wanted to tell y'all that that is not the representation of your school. You already know that, but I wanted to say it from sitting up here because I did see recently where there was a discussion that happened, and I'm not going to say where, but there was a discussion that happened where it seemed like people just wanted to once again target public education, target our school system, and try to make a moment to talk down to our school system. We know what the work is that has to be done. Y'all know it. Y'all are ready to do it. Y'all are ambitious to go after this and get that focus continued on teaching and learning and lifting up our students, our educators, and getting us to that point where we're going to be. We're at this point right now, but we're on the way to the progress of where we want to be as a district. So I just wanted to say that out loud since other things are being said.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Well said. I think there's an Avery, and then we'll follow up with Dr.
I want to thank
Promoting
Senator-
you again.
I'd like to
Mr.
thank Mr.
Engel.
Rogers for stealing my closing thunder for you teachers and administrators. The news we've had the last few weeks, guys, it's not good, but it's not indicative of your efforts and your leadership in our communities and our schools. We know where we're at. You got to measure and manage what you measure, but we have full confidence in you. This board trust our teachers and our staff, and you, Dr. McWhorter, and the new staff we've hired. It's exciting times. And just because negative data's come out doesn't mean we can't be better tomorrow. We will be better tomorrow because of your leadership. And I want to thank Mr. Rogers again for, I think he read my notes. I'm not sure what he did. He's correct. And this board's 100% behind each one of you. Dr. McWhorter, we're behind you, and you have our full support moving forward today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Engel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've already staked myself out. I said, we will improve this year. That's how much faith I have in each one of you principals and our teachers. There's a lot of chin music, a lot of things going on in the county where people are not happy right now. Part of it was that we got a little more money this year, and we had a couple commissioners that are upset. But, that's okay. That's okay, and we'll move on from that. But we're going to improve this year, folks. I feel it. I know it's happening. I'm excited for all of us. We met with these new teachers. They were all excited coming in here at the beginning of the school year. It's going to be a great year, and the pressure's not on you folks to do it. You're just going to do it. How's that sound? Because you want to do it. So thank each one of you.
Yes, Dr. Parker?
This is actually a question. So what are the next steps for the draft plans? It's presented here, and then when do they finally submit it, et cetera?
Yeah, so the draft plans, so a difference in the two plans that you guys have in front of you. So the school plans are submitted for review and then will be put on the consent agenda for the next board meeting. The district preliminary plan is same, set for review, approval, and then we have to go through that cycle again with the district plan.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. I'll just echo the comments of our board members. In my 5 years, you've probably heard me say that our greatest challenges often are our greatest opportunities. And I see this as a challenge before us that gives us an opportunity to shine and show people what we're really about. So I'm excited about the school improvement plans and what comes next. I do have a question about the measuring of the data. As a parent, I know that you can go onto the school websites and see the school improvement plans. Is the data that's going to be measured, like will some of those data points be shared periodically for the schools?
So the data points are in the plan. And depending what the action steps and progress monitoring are, the schools will put that into the plan as well. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, Aubrey, our new data warehouse, you'll have maybe some options in there as well to track that.
I just want to make sure that the community, our families, our students, our community partners, and perhaps some of our naysayers have the opportunity to go on there and watch, kind of see that we are moving that needle and moving it in the right direction. So any other questions or comments for Dr. McWhorter or our school improvement plans? So it's my understanding that these are kind of out for public consumption. There will be some review and comment opportunity for the public before we vote and approve these for DPI for
Yes, ma'am.
December 1st. Okay. So great opportunity for our students, some of our students, but for our families, obviously, and our teachers and community members to take a look, and we certainly welcome the feedback. All right. Thank you, Dr. McWhorter. Thank you for your hard work on that. And thank you for all the principals for your input on your plans.
And thanks for coming to see us.
Yes. I did promise the principals that after we were done with the SIP section that you guys are free to go. Now, you are welcome to stay, but you are also welcome to head out. Thank you, guys. Yes, yes.
Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're not going to try to chase the principals out the door, so if you guys will just stay put, we're going to take a 5-minute recess so we can come chat with you. We are back in open session. Dr. McWhorter, you're up again for field trips.
Apparently not as exciting as improvement plans. Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, members of the board, I'm bringing to you 4 field trips for approval. The first field trip, E.M. Holt is requesting permission to take 4th grade students to Sound and Sea at Pine Knoll Shores, February 23rd through 26th. This hands-on field trip directly supports science curriculum, providing students with an engaging real-world experience, helping students to better understand ecosystems along North Carolina coast. Total cost is $370 per student. They will be offering a parent payment plan, school funds, while using school funds and donations to ensure that no students are left out due to financial burdens. I'm actually going to skip down to number 4. B. Everett Jordan is requesting permission to take their 5th grade on that same field trip. Again, aligning to science curriculum, providing students with engaging real-world learning experience. Total cost, again, $370 per student. School funds and donations will also be used to ensure that all students are able to attend regardless of any financial hardships. Back up to number 2. AO Elementary School is requesting permission to take its 5th grade students on a trip to Washington, D.C. from March 11th through 13th. The students will visit the White House, Arlington National Cemetery, the Smithsonian, and various memorials. The total cost is $325 per student. Fundraisers, parent payment plans, and school funds and donations, again, being used to ensure that all students are able to attend. And finally, Western High School is requesting permission to take its dance team to Orlando, Florida. Those dates are February 12th through 17th. That does span a weekend to compete in the National Dance Alliance Nationals. The trip is targeted at enriching the dance curriculum. Total cost is $1,000 per student. The trip will be fully funded by the Dance Team Booster Club.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McWhorter. Any questions or comments from board members or the superintendent?
Just a quick question, sir, and I probably should already know this. What is the ratio to adult per student on these overnight trips that we require?
I will have to go back and double check.
Thank you. Is it 4-1? 1 to 10. Okay, great, thank you. I haven't participated in these, and I'm sure it's changed over time. And the one thing I will say, this DC trip, I think Smith Elementary did this for years, and I did it for a couple of years, and I can tell you it's amazing to see these kids' eyes open up when they see a different part of our country than just Alamance County. So I'm fully supportive of what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other questions or comments? If not, you will see these on our agenda for vote at our monthly evening meeting. And Dr. Fleming, I believe you wanted to add something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share one thing, and I appreciate Dr. McWhorter's work on this. We are probably going to get a little more strict on field trips. Just because of the situation we find ourselves in. And so I'm sure that will mean that I'll get phone calls. Dr. McWhorter will get phone calls. You will get phone calls. I don't, obviously all these trips are great, and we've gone to Pine Knoll Shores since I was in 4th grade. But I do think we have to really start putting a focus on where we're going, particularly when it comes to missing class time, instructional time. And while all these trips are very well worth it and can bring a lot of pride back to Alamance County, I do think the time has come. We've got to at least, again, while we get through this difficult spot we're in, to have an opportunity to take a little harder look at these and find ways to keep students into our schools. I think the hard part about it is, do you allow a school that's performing well or not low performing to go on a trip, but you don't allow a school that is low performing to not go on a trip when another school can go on a trip? And I think those are, we want to do this as fair as possible, but we also have to kind of go through and audit some of this to make sure that our students are not missing instructional times. And just as Mr. Wagner said, man, I remember when I was in school and went to Washington, D.C. for the first time. It was the middle of June, and I had a very heavy blue corduroy FFA jacket on, and kids were passing out all over the National Mall in official dress. But man, what an opportunity I had to meet our representative then, and our senator at the time, or one of our senators at the time, and just a great opportunity. I say all that to say, man, I would not have wanted to miss that opportunity. Of course, it was summertime, but so we will have to be critical a little bit when we look at these, but knowing that these are also awesome opportunities for our students. Many of our students haven't left the county, and they're going to have an opportunity to go to the beach, or have an opportunity to go to Florida, or have an opportunity to go to D.C. So I just want you to know, as we become a little more strict, or become a little more selective in some of these trips, I'm sure you will hear about it. And we just ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Before you leave, Dr. McWhorter, the board has been getting emails over the past couple of months over the school calendar. Can you give just a kind of and not to put you on the spot, but just a really brief update on the timing of the school calendar? Because I know that there was some conversation to try to get to that earlier this year than we have in the past.
Yes, absolutely. So, doing a little bit of research into this, it looks like most of the time the calendar is typically brought forward in January. So we are going to be convening a calendar committee later this month with the hopes of then bringing a draft calendar to the board next month. And the calendar will follow all legislative requirements.
Thank you for that.
And Madam Chair, if I can add
Yes,
to
sir.
that, I think where some of this, because I know I've had conversations with several board members on families asking, hey, when are you going to get the calendar out? I think when we were kind of in flux, if you will, between a early start, breaking the law, not breaking the law, what are we doing? I think that's now created a little bit of urgency to it. And we have no problem in doing a calendar early, but I did want, especially for the public watching, know that we haven't been dragging our feet. The typical timeline is that January, February, but I do think there has been some anxiety just because with each year, it seems like, while I was here and in my last district even, these conversations of what's going on with the school calendar and the legislature. As of now, we intend on going with what I would say is a legal calendar, and so we can draft that as early as we need to, and I appreciate Mr. McWhorter saying, hey, let's go ahead and get this thing rolling.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Thank you, Dr. McWhorter. Questions or comments from board members? I know that we'll see that on an upcoming, we only have that one meeting in November, so I guess we'll see it November 4th. And
Yes.
Perhaps that'll give some opportunity for public comment before we vote in December at our evening meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, I will turn the podium over to our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Dr. Christy Davis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Fleming. I have two contracts for you today, both voting items, because there's a sense of urgency with those. The first one is a contract with Speech Inspirations out of Raleigh. They will be able to provide us with SLPs, both in-person and virtual, SLPAs, a bilingual SLP, and a facilitator for virtual SLPs as needed. We're still trying to work out the numbers, but there is a sense of urgency with that, and it's for $200,000.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. This is up for questions. Okay. This is up for a vote today here at our work session just because it is a time-sensitive matter. Are there questions for Dr. Davis before we entertain a motion? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
So, Dr. Davis, I'm not sure if this is more for you or Mrs. Anderson. Where do we stand right now as a district with SLPs? I know it's been a hard thing to hire and the vacancy, so do you have any idea on
We have
where we're
11
at right
schools
now?
that are not covered, 14 vacancies. And this is not just an Alamance County issue. This is a nationwide problem. Even when I was EC director many, many, many years ago, we struggled with finding SLPs because they can go into private. And so you're always competing with private in addition to other districts. So we are reaching far with our contracts. We've never really explored virtual SLPs because you do have to also hire a facilitator with that. We have met with current SLPs to get feedback from them and discuss various options. We met with parents to discuss some feedback from them as well. So we are trying our best with what we have, but then we are also working with these contracts to try to put more people in place. And from there, we will have a plan to share with our families by the end of this month of how we're going to move forward.
Okay, so you touched on my next thing too when you about the plan discussion with parents, because I know at our last board meeting, Mrs. Prevette came up and was talking about that, and then a couple other parents had been talking about it stuff too. And then thank you for information around where we stand right now with our SLPs. I guess then just a question, which I'm guessing this is going to be could be a large number or a large look at, with those vacancies and schools not covered and our SLPs trying to do as much as possible. That means like their workload could basically be triple what it would normally be.
That is one option we're exploring. We're exploring multiple things. But we wanted to make sure we got their feedback because it will impact them, since ultimately they are the ones that are doing the work currently. And if we look at a coverage plan, for example, then they would be impacted with their current caseloads. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
And something I do want to add is we will continue to offer, because many of the parents brought up, we are fully aware this is a legal requirement that is on their IEPs, which we have to provide. We will, of course, offer compensatory education in the summer, as what we have been doing. That is not to replace. It's just something that we know we have to do in addition to what we're currently doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Wagner?
Dr. Davis, quick question. Thank you for what you're doing here. You just made a comment about the secondary education, our summer opportunities. Is there something we can do to more create and encourage parents and students to attend the summer education series?
Well, the compensatory ed are just for the students who have missed services. You know, in the past, we have not provided transportation. That may be something that we end up doing this summer because of the large number of students that we will have based on the vacancies that we're facing.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Yes, sir. Dr. Parker?
And so the speech inspirations contract, do they provide kind of essentially the same as the Blazer Works, which I think we did earlier,
Yes.
as far as, okay, just a different firm?
In the past, we've tried to use Blazer Works to just kind of keep all our contracts in one place under Blazer Works, but right now we are having to branch out and explore other contract agencies as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any other questions or comments from board members? Is there a motion?
To approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you. Next, we would like to amend our contract with Blazer Works. Our contract with Blazer Works is currently $1 million. We are requesting to up that by $250,000. They have already guaranteed they have found us an SLP in person, and they are going to provide us probably up to 3 extended content teachers, which are the teachers that are in our adapted curriculum classrooms. So we're looking to extend that.
Any questions for Dr. Davis on this particular contract?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you. So next I have one grant, this information only. So Mrs. Mitchell of Turntime Middle School was the recipient of a $200 grant from Thomas Tire and Automotive. Funds will be used for a 7th grade field trip or activity.
Questions or comments for Dr. Davis on that one? That's exciting.
Yep, just thank you to Thomas Tire.
Absolutely. I think this is several grants as
Yes.
of
I
recent
think it was
from
2
Thomas
the previous
Tire.
month.
Mhm.
Yes. So next I have 11 gifts. Burlington Merchants Association Fund for Needy Children donated $8,943 to the Alamance Burlington School System. These funds will support the Needy Children's Fund and to be used by our social workers as needed. Number 2, Haymore Family Dentistry donated several boxes of school supplies and contributed an additional $1,210 to support the Alamance Burlington school system. In partnership with the district, they are also establishing a shoe fund at Rack Room Shoes, enabling school social workers to provide footwear for students in need. Next, Moy's Custom Cabinets donated $1,200 to support Grove Park Elementary's kindergarten students. This contribution will cover the full admission cost for kindergartners to enjoy a field trip to the staff's family corn maze. And that was last year. It was inadvertently left off the list, so I want to note that. RW Schoolfield Electrical Contractors donated $2,500 to Hawfields Middle School to support the purchase of football equipment and other programmatic needs. RW Schoolfield Electrical Contractors also donated $5,000 to Hawfields Middle School's athletic funds. This contribution will provide support to student athletes through enhanced equipment, improved facilities, and program development. 6, All Sports Foundation donated $30,000 to Eastern Alamance High School. The funds will be used to build outdoor batting cages for the baseball teams. EA All Sports Foundation donated $13,636.72 to Eastern Alamance High School. These funds will be used for needed equipment and a media platform. Martin Marietta donated $1,000 to Highland Elementary School. Funds will be used to purchase Achieve 3000 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Grove Park donated $1,077.10 to Grove Park Elementary to support an upcoming field trip for 3rd graders. The Graham High School PTO donated $1,726 to support Graham High School. The funds will be dedicated to celebrate staff through upcoming teacher appreciation efforts. And lastly, the Turntime Middle School PTO, along with community partners, Wesley Robinson, Lowe's Home Improvement, and Bing Smedberg, donated shrubbery and labor valued at $15,000 and $1 to Turntime Middle School. The contribution will be used to support the installation of a landscape design located at the front entrance of the school building. That is a total of $67,793.82 this month.
Thank you.
I want to make a quick comment on that. I just want to reach out to those who donate these funds, just not this report, but reports of years past. It's because of companies like yourself and individuals like yourself who allow our students to do things differently, who keep our grounds pretty, who provide opportunities for kids. So, you know, we always talk about the negative things, but we need to accentuate the positive things. And this is one of those positive things that our community supports, ABSS. I don't want those in the community to understand that. We have businesses and individuals that support ABSS, not just in voting rights, not just having kids in schools, but providing funds and opportunities for our students to be better. So thank you so much for this report.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other questions or comments? All right, we will echo Mr. Wagner's comments on the generosity of the community, and we will look to see these for approval at the evening meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I will turn the podium over to Mr. Greg Hook, our Deputy Superintendent.
Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, members of the board, I have 3 contracts to present today as information that I would like to be part of the consent agenda at the late month meeting. The first item that I have for you is a pre-construction and design service contract for the Graham High School HVAC upgrades design build project that you all had approved and given the go-ahead a few weeks ago. So the value of this contract with Summit is $166,619. This will get detailed work around the scope of work, developing budgets, site assessments, assessing permits, engineering, moving us from concept to design, and just moving the project along and then I would come back at a later point after the pre-construction phase of this contract with the construction addendum for the contract. That's just the process that we would follow.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Questions or comments on this one? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Hook, because I think we had talked about this at previous board meetings with the roof work, and I want to say some of these HVACs was previously on the roofs over at Graham. Is that correct? So it would still possibly be in this design for them to now be on the ground and everything to make the maintenance and upkeep of them a lot easier?
Some, but not all.
Okay.
We had an earlier design build project in which we did work at 9 schools. 4 of them were the large high schools, Graham, Southern, Eastern, and Western, and we took the rooftop units off of A, B, C, and D so that we could put a metal retrofit roof on those, and that required taking the HVAC off the roof. We'd like to do that where it's possible, but it's not always possible to get it all off the roof, but a large portion will come off the roof.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other questions or comments?
What does GMP stand for? I'm sorry.
A guaranteed maximum price.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on.
The next item that I have is an amendment to an existing HVAC repair service contract with systems contractors. They do a lot of our emergency repair work when we can't handle it on our HVAC equipment, and also some of the larger repairs that we're unable to accomplish on our own. The value of this amendment is $50,000. The addendum takes the value of the contract to $149,999.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Questions or comments for Mr. Hook on this one? Is the addendum to increase it just to make sure that we've got the funds there available?
Yes, ma'am. We have about $8,000 more or less remaining in the initial contract. That was around $99,000. One of the things that has really impacted this contract, which I think is a good thing, this past spring was the first time we'd ever had preventative maintenance done on our chillers, ever, and it revealed a lot. And we fixed it all. And because we fixed it all, we burned through the funds that we had set up for emergency and on-call repairs. So I think this will put us in good shape to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that diligence. All right, we'll move to the last one.
The last item I have is a contract with systems contractors for purchase and installation of 2 new boilers and burners, primary crossover pumps and loop pumps at Southern Alamance High School. The value of the contract is $295,000. We had budgeted $300,000 in the capital outlay pay-go plan. This is from that project. The boilers have given a problem ever since I've been here, and we've thrown a lot of money at some old boilers, and they need to come out.
Questions or comments for Mr. Hook on this last one? All right, and just to clarify for the public and those watching, the funding source for all of these are indicated in Assembly when you access our agenda, but it is capital outlay and then our CIP plan. So
yes, ma'am.
no new funding request
No
is
new funding.
being requested.
The first one, the design build, is directly from the CIP plan. The second one, the service contract, is from our local funds, from our capital outlay funds. And then this last one is also from capital outlay.
All right, we will look forward to seeing those on the evening agenda. Is there any other business before the board this afternoon before we move into closed session? I don't believe I hear anything. Mr. Engel?
I'm gonna have to get that doctorate degree. I can see that now.
Mr. Engel, I believe you have a motion for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Board, I make the motion that we enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318-11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6 to consider confidential personal information protected under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 and 115C-321.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 7-0. We'll move into closed session at this time. We are back in open session. I invite our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Ms. Yolanda Anderson, to the podium for a personnel report.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Fleming. I ask that you approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there any other business before the board this afternoon?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.